How are the volume levels? They look okay. So if you haven't seen this game before, how it works is you click on the next puzzle. So we got through all the 1s and all the 2s, and now we're up to the 3s. Boop. I think going Ice Phoenix. Keeps you from thinking about the burning in your legs, fair enough. Hey Dark Rider, he's like... So for 3-1, there are going to be 2 rules, and these rules will be constant throughout all these puzzles. There are 8 of them, but we don't know what they are. We know there are 2 of them, and we know that currently we have not satisfied either of them for the puzzle. Now actually solving the puzzle is very simple. We start and end, and we can drag through in the meanwhile. So if I start here and end here, I satisfy rule 2. If I start here and end here, I satisfy rule 2. What? I was not expecting that to be the solution. So rule 2, I've been able to satisfy with every solution so far. So I don't know what rule 2 is. Yeah, I don't know what rule 2 is. Rule 1, I've only satisfied one way, and that is by only using this square. So not having a circle or a square in my solution. But I don't know much about what these could be so far, to be honest. It didn't feel like it gave a ton of information. Did I skip 210? I'll go back to 210. I didn't realize I missed 210. Wait, well, let's just do it now. Oh, I see. It's hiding up in the corner here. Okay, yeah, we should do 210. Oh, and then we'll have the special, like, bonus level for 2. Alright, yeah, let's do that then. So the 2s were all about numbers. This one also has 2 rules. There have been ones which are like, the path has to be of a prime length, or you have to go from the shape that has the most occurrences in the pattern to the shape with the least, or something like that. That's my solution. We started at the circle, we went to the square. Going the other direction also works. Trying to see if I can break the second condition, but I'm struggling to. Okay. Interesting. So the second condition breaks if we change the path length. So rule 2 is something to do with path length. Rule 1... don't really know what rule 1 is yet. Something to do with like starting and ending on a shape, maybe? Something to do with starting and ending on shapes. Wait, what if I end on a shape but don't start on one? Yeah. Start, end, shapes. Maybe I should have the rules written on screen. Maybe that would be better for watching. Let's try doing that. Let's set that up. I do not want backseating for this stuff. This is going to be you watching me work it out, not us working it out together. Puzzle games don't really work as collaborative efforts in my experience. Because if other people work out the solutions to puzzles for me, I don't have the chance to make the connections in my brain. So when I go to the next puzzle, I never actually learned the thing I needed to understand on my own, and I can't work out the next thing. And then it just gets worse and worse. I wonder where this will fit on the screen though. What's the point of figuring out the rules after you solve a puzzle? Well, there are a set of 7 puzzles, which all use these exact 2 rules. So I have to work out what they are for this set of 7 puzzles. The first puzzle is sort of a gimme, like it actually shows the path that works, right? Like it's actually written there. So what I'm doing with this is I'm trying to work out what the rules are rather than trying to solve it. wondering where this can go. Thank you for the 25 months, Mixie. I appreciate it. These are not what the rules are, probably. Haven't quite worked them out yet. Okay. One has something to do with starting and ending in shapes. Two is something to do with path length, getting all squares. Sathix the Fox, thanks for the prime. Hey Cyril Memoir, hey Dr. Scorb. What happened to my Long War campaign I started not long ago? I played it for a bit and then I played other things. Reminds you of The Witness, a lot of people have said that. Can you go back to previous puzzles? Yes. I think the word smart is ascribed to people whose skills are valued more. Often, yeah, for sure. We pick things which we think are valuable and place value on them, and we don't necessarily do a good job of that. He lost his Tamer style. Seth, thanks for the prime. Hey, the Batflow. So, perhaps this is the solution here? No. So we've satisfied rule 1, which was something to do with starting and ending in shapes. I don't really know exactly what it is yet, but we haven't satisfied rule 2. Last time we satisfied rule 2 by having path length 6. Okay. So that worked again. Does this work? Yes. So maybe it's something to do with having 3 tiles per shape. Maybe. It's an idea. Hey Luis. You miss our Among Us games but don't have a great desire to play again? Same. We should hang out sometime. And not play Among Us. I'm still solving every single puzzle by starting in a shape and having a path of total length 6 to another shape. I don't really know what this puzzle's meant to teach me that I didn't already know. That doesn't work. Wait a second. This satisfies rule 1, but doesn't satisfy rule 2. That is not what I thought would happen. Because rule 1 was about starting and ending in shapes. Maybe rule 1 is just that you... Oh, rule 1 is not about starting and ending in shapes. Oh, this is of great concern to me right now. Oh dear. So I have absolutely no idea what's going on, it turns out. And not Loki. Have I played The Witness? No. Is this like Baba Is You? It's a puzzle game? Because it's a little bit like Baba Is You. Anyway, this did work. I guess maybe in puzzle 4 we'll start to work out why rule 1 is breaking. So that's a line of 6. But it doesn't satisfy rule 1. This does. Oh no. Oh no, my poor brain. Starting at the end of a series of puzzles was maybe not the greatest idea at 4 AM in the morning. Hey Bubble Tea. Hey Kamuni. It's concerning because so far my solutions have worked. Oh, what if it's just something to do with... Wait, that works? This works. This works. That works, that works. Why can't I break it again? Alright, this one should actually teach us something. So what I learned here is a length of 11 for 3 shapes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. If that doesn't work, it breaks number 2. I learned that triangle is in the middle. Triangle is in the middle. I started at circle last time. Okay, maybe it's something to do with the total number of tiles. Oh, this one's gonna be hard to work out. I wonder what would happen if I started at triangle. I'm breaking 2. I'm actually having a lot of difficulty breaking rule 1. This breaks rule 1. That breaks rule 1. Can I break rule 1 in this puzzle? Yep. No. Rule 1 is something to do with the shapes. 1,000,000%. Klebski thinks for 43 months. I really, really don't want you to ask questions like that, Orcish Cookie. Please don't. Don't try to lead me to solutions. Trying to decide if I should forget that you asked that question. Very hard to do. Less than £3, you're insta buying this? Yeah, very good value on money, it seems like. So we went through all of the shapes. Well, these are completely different shapes and it's the same solution. Rule 2. I am not a Rule 2 fan right now. It feels like I have to get all the shapes. And I have to... Maybe it's to do with number of turns. Or maybe turns count for more? It could be that No. So the difference between this and this is that there are more squares around what I'm solving. That also solves 1. Usually the rules aren't that complicated. It's interesting though that this doesn't solve 2. Like I can solve 1 by having the shapes on. Wait, that solved 2? Maybe I have to go through the shapes at certain moments in the path. So 4 tiles and then a shape. 1, 2, 3, 4, that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, that one. Is it that easy? It's very upsetting if it's that easy. Okay, well this time I can't go 4 tiles and then a shape over and over again. If I get all the shapes, I should satisfy condition 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I actually can. Okay. Wow, but this is tricky. So I have to build a way through this grid that takes 4 tiles between shapes and can visit every shape. That's hard. That's a lot of thinking. Look at this shape. This is the only shape that can take this square, I think. 2, 3, 4. It must go here now. Now I must end. No, I don't see how I can ever get that square. How do I ever get this square? Can I go... What if I don't actually end at a shape? 1, 2, 3... Oh, I don't have to get every tile. Where else can this go? Because I don't actually have to take this, so I guess I have to go this way. I don't have to start at this. It's worth noting. Oh, wait, I can just do this. I was making that slightly more complicated than it was, maybe. Although, now I'm stuck. 1, 2... Maybe I don't have to do every one of them. Are any of these shapes I haven't seen before? I've seen all the triangles. I think it makes a slightly different sound. It likes this differently from how it likes this. But I don't know which rule's being broken exactly. Kurgoth, thanks for the 4 months. Agumosho to you too. Is it fair to use intuition to solve these? How else would you solve them? What's the other option? 4, 4, 4, 4. Four? Oh, maybe I can go over squares on the way to the next one. That's a dead end. 4. There's something to do with like parity between these tiles. Wait, actually just... Oh my god, that doesn't work. That isn't it? We started here, we had a tile of 4 to here. 4 to here, 4 to here, 4 to here, 4 to here. But that wasn't it. Not good enough. Thanks for the 3 months tragic booty. We have one rule in chat. Some people talk about the game and get timed out. You think the puzzle is something about backseating? Interesting. Hey, Cody. Write some Python code to brute force every option. How many options are there here? There are a lot of options. It's very complex. I'm surprised that this didn't solve. I'm just sort of still reeling over the fact that this didn't solve, honestly. How do I even do this? Maybe I have to choose one set, so either triangles or the other shapes. Maybe I only have to get 4 shapes. Maybe I actually have to solve this grid somehow and get every shape on it with paths of 4 in between. That's a very upsetting possibility. I'm so close to being able to do it. I think that's the worst part, is how close I am to actually being able to do that. But how do you ever not? Maybe it's possible that the paths have to be even length. Oh, that didn't solve either? Oh, I thought that was it for sure. I was so confident that was gonna be it. Oh, puzzle, you are frustrating. Damn good coffee, thanks for 25 months. So it's not even length. It's not that you have... See if there's some other way to solve this. What? 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 Is that helpful? I'm not sure that's helpful at all. I haven't actually like meaningfully added anything to my solution that would help me solve the other one. Now I know that this solves as well. So it's like the path has to have every shape and there have to be 4 between them. But it doesn't matter where the path starts or ends. Path has to have every shape, and there have to be 4 between them, but it doesn't matter where it starts or ends. But it not mattering where it starts or ends doesn't help in any way. I don't think. I don't see why it would. Let's go back to this grid, and I'm just going to work for a second under the belief that there is actually a way to fill it, and I'm just not seeing it. Just missing it somehow. What if terminating the path with impossible move? Of course that doesn't work. I just don't see how this lower triangle fits ever. There are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 permutations from this triangle. There's this, but this must fail because it can never do this. There's this, which also must fail because it can never go to that. There's this. I believe this must fail because it can never reach this. The issue with this is like I go through half of the thing. It's like that one game where you're blocking off half of a grid. And then I have things to do on either side of it. So I don't think it's that. There's this. I think this just immediately can't get anywhere. 1, no, 2, 3, 4, I can get to there, but that obviously doesn't work. I don't think I can get anywhere else. So I'm down to this. And this also fails, because this cannot ever get the bottom triangle and the square. It's impossible. So that shows that this triangle isn't the starting point, but maybe it can be the midpoint somehow? Maybe if I already did... Oh, I think I see it. What if I'd already done this stuff? And I came through here to it. Oh, that's so close to working, but I can't do the square. It's so painful how close this is to working. I think I have to come through here? But how do I get to that? I can't ever get to that to do that thing. How do I get to this square? Frederick thinks the 22 months. That? This also works. That could be the end. No way. Oh wow, this actually is so close to working. If I go the other direction. Oh! Okay. Alright. Okay. Good grief. That was a puzzle. Thanks for the 8 months, Telkish. I just didn't believe that this was solvable in that way. And so I kept on looking for other rules that could possibly be going on. It's pretty cool that it does. I wonder if there's some... I'm sure there's some logic way to determine this. I'm not entirely sure what it is. One thing I could have done... Okay, actually, I know what I could have done. I could have counted the shapes, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I could have observed that this is a 36 tile grid. And every shape... So with 8 shapes are going to be 7 4-length segments, which is 8 shapes and 28 blanks. So the path is going to have to contain every tile. I could have worked that out. And from there, I think I was on the right track looking at this. I worked out that there were no ways this could be the starting or ending point, so I have to work out how it can be on a line. And I think there's only the one way it can be on a line. If it goes this way, that breaks. It goes this, yeah. So there's only one way it can be on a line, which is to get to there. And I think from here it just sort of solves. You stop having options, basically. It took me a really long time to see that this could work by doing that. Okay. Hey Ramblin', how are you? Max. Proving for which boards this is possible would be an interesting topological problem. Yeah. 2 question mark. These ones are messed up based on my experience with the first one. There are 3 rules. Okay, let's try to break them. So 3 is probably some sort of negative constraint, because 3 is satisfied by like doing very, very little. So 3 is perhaps don't have a triangle. Oh, that works too. Three looks like it's something like don't have a triangle. Need to sneeze, but it's like not quite here yet. We're working on it. It's getting there. Zephyr. Oh, both my cats are here. What else can we say? Let's look at rule number 1. So rule number 1 is not satisfied by this or this. Rule number 1 is only satisfied by the circle, but is not satisfied by the circle that way. So rule number 1 is something to do with the circle, or maybe the top left tile. Do we have to start on the circle? Maybe it's that we start on the circle. And then rule number 2. Rule number 2 perhaps has something to do with squares. Although, that doesn't work. Something to do with ending on a square? Rule number 2 is maybe end on square. I assume because this is a question mark thing that it's going to end up being much more complicated than this, but so far what we have is start on circle, end on square, no triangle. Start on circle, end on square, no triangle. Simple enough. We did this. That breaks no triangle, of course. Okay. Start on circle, end on square, no triangle. I am noticing that there are squares over here, and I am feeling like that is going to be relevant at some point, but I'm not sure yet how we're going to get to them. Start on circle, end on square, no triangle. There is no circle. Oh, this is the final one? Well, it's only a 3x3 grid, so I feel like I could just brute force it. Maybe there's a pattern from puzzle to puzzle. Maybe it doesn't actually have to do with the triangles or squares. Maybe it has to do with the number of things. So there's 1 circle, 2 squares, 1 triangle. There's 1 circle, 4 squares, 3 triangles. 1 circle, 3 squares. Just broke both of the rules that I knew about. Man, this game is bullshit. How did this break 2? End on a square. Oh. Sure. How do I start on a circle? I think maybe these squares do have circles and triangles on them, and I just have to intuit where they are. Based on the pattern of how the puzzles have been laid out. But that is hard. Triangle, middle, triangle, top left to bottom right, up, down, left, right. So the only one I haven't done is triangles like this, which means the circle had to be here or here. There could also be a square somewhere else. Didn't work. Well, I could continue to trial and error it. Maybe there's some deduction to be made. I think you figured it out and it's some Baba Is You shit. I only got like halfway through Baba Is You. I'm not actually that good at puzzle games. Wait, the mouse cursor is a circle. The mouse cursor is a circle? Is there like a keyboard button I can press to enter my solution? I can't lock this in. Oh, whoa. That. Why didn't this work? I started at a circle, ended at a square. There were no triangles in it. So upsetting. I was so proud of myself for thinking of that. Is there something to do with the length of the paths? that I didn't realize. This one's 2. It has to be... Going literally outside the game window didn't work. That probably wouldn't work for full screen players, in fairness. Trying to do it with a path of 3, but I can't work out how I would even do that. Is that worse or better, that sound? I think it's worse. That's the worst sound. This is definitely satisfying at least one of the requirements. Why is this second rule existing? Can't go through triangles. Hey, potato! I'm not sure that this actually can be brute forced. I think there's a pretty decent chance that there's a deduction that, or an induction. There's a connection to be made that's outside of the rule set that I understand to be possible so far. Like with the mouse cursor being a circle. Is it always a circle? It is always a circle. Have I heard the induction deduction joke? I have not. This is like a circle. Nope. Oh my, the struggle. Could make a circle? Can I make a circle better than that? Not really. Just wondering if every single one of these sounds the same. Sounds like yes, every single one of those sounds the same. It would have been so unsatisfying if one of those was the correct solution. I would not have liked that. There is no backseating. I just have to spin the cursor a lot. How did that not work? Purposefully, thanks for the 7 months. By the way, when Jorbs is playing a puzzle game, you can time out whoever you like, and people will just assume they were backseating and accept it. It is great. Jorbs, yay. The mods are having a field day. It's awesome. What other ways are there that I might be able to make a circle? Something to do with like holding the mouse cursor down. Oh, this is rough. I really liked this solution. Where was it? I don't remember where it was. This one. I really liked this solution. I feel like it's probably something close to this and I'm just missing one extra thing. Like perhaps the path is slightly too long and it has to be one tile shorter. But I can't work out how to make it one tile shorter and get my mouse cursor back to the initial square. Is there any puzzle where it's possible to have a path of that length? Well, that is allowed. Maybe that's important that that's allowed. What if I end on a different square somehow? What? How would that even make sense? So I start on a circle and end on... This is messed up. He's super pickus. Saturn has rings. Have we read the horoscope today? Maybe Saturn is misaligned. Maybe. Don't know why I thought that would work. Oh, if I fill this entirely, it's a square though. Oh, that didn't work either. I'm also surprised that that didn't work. It was like Lord of the Rings. This is a Skyrim OST. Bitter. That is correct, Vabla Dragonash it is. The star to the right represents that it is the end of the puzzles for this rule set. So there are only 5 this time. Often there's been like 10. Feels like if I can work out the other way to solve any of the previous puzzles, I'm just going to solve the main puzzle by doing it. Why is rule 3 existing? Why do we need no triangle as a rule? tricky to work that out. There's probably some reason that no triangle as a rule is actually relevant. Wait, what is this? Where's this circle? Wait, what? What? Ah, it's back! So this is a code that I'm going through when I change these solutions. And so by changing these solutions, I'm going to like, oh my god. Oh, this is so weird. So there's like a maze, sort of, going on here. The amount that this is not what I thought it was. Very large. Okay, I'm not sure there's anything I can do with this other than try to brute force it, though. Oh my gosh, this game is messed up. I was correct that trying to brute force this wouldn't work. And try to work out exactly how these rules change the later puzzles. I mean, I could do that, I guess. I sort of did brute force it in that I didn't work that part out. There's a chance that someone with no knowledge gets it right first try. That would be very funny. It's funny. It's funny how this tells you that this is the right solution, but actually it's impossible to solve it using it. I assume that it's impossible to solve it using it. I don't actually know. Oops. All right. Oh, everything is very orange. Don't like that. It sort of clashes, doesn't it? What goes well with orange? Oh wait. It's very bright after looking at that previous puzzle for a while. So we solved this by only using this square. I was doing this at the start. I don't remember exactly what we worked out. Number 1 seems hard to do, and number 2 seems hard to break. But number 1 is currently something to do with shapes, not having shapes. And number 2, I have no idea. Can't work out how to get rid of number 2. Okay, I've gotten rid of number 2. Maybe number 2 is something like have a path in the row of every shape, perhaps? Perhaps. So this would work then? No. I'm struggling to solve 2. Constraint 2 is not working. Have shapes on either side of path, start, and end. No. Have circle and square on either side of path, start, and end, maybe? Oops, I don't have that solved when I left. Okay, but I can't. So what else could it be? This works both directions. Oh, it's just separate the circles from the squares. Okay. They start you with the easier ones. Inland Wolf and Gub. Hey buddy trouble. Hey Galga. Ot hello. Number 2. So the chapters or whatever tend to have the same sorts of rules. So I'm expecting this to be the same sort of thing. Something to do with separating shapes using the path, perhaps. This works. I can't break 2. I can't satisfy 1 in either way. So 1 is perhaps, again, no shapes, and 2 we don't really know about yet. Still satisfies 1. Can I break 1? Oh, 1 is no shapes. And 2 is something to do with separating them again. I don't know what. Do we have to separate all of them from each other? Do you separate like from like? Nope. Don't think it's possible to separate every shape from every other shape here. Oh, it actually is. Oh, cool. Okay, but this time it can't possibly be. Okay, but I'm allowed to have... What did I just do? Maybe I'm allowed to have I'm separating into like parts, maybe? Oh, but now it doesn't work. Ah, that's so the shapes can't be with other shapes that are like them. How many chapters does the game have? I don't actually know yet. I think 4, but I don't actually know yet. Well, that's easy, right? This game sucks. Oh wait, there are extra circles. It's like that. Whoops. Like That. Ah! That. Gotta separate the circles and the triangles and the squares. No, that didn't separate the triangles. Wait, I'm not sure that it's possible to do that. Pretty sure it's not possible to. Oh. Okay. It's funny. It's funny to live inside my head as my brain refuses to believe that something could possibly be done. And then we work out that it can be somehow. Hey, Plura. Okay. Three rules this time. They're all broken. Clicking the square fixes 2, clicking the circle fixes 1. And then the path, I guess, fixes 3. Yeah. Interesting though that these stopped working when I went that way, but they work perfectly when I go this way. Start on circle, maybe? And end on square, maybe? I think so. And then path. The middle one is something about the path. Start circle, end square, path. Whoa, no, 2 was end square. 2 was end. Yes, that's what I wrote. Okay, whatever. Start circle, end square. But this doesn't work. Interesting. Is there a way to break this? There is. Why is that? Maybe I have to separate some tiles somewhere in the thing with my path. So this doesn't separate any tiles because these are all connected. Same here, but this does, this does, this wouldn't. Happens if I do all of them? No. So I have to start at circle, end at square, and separate some tiles in the grid. I think. Start circle, end square, separate some tiles. Start circle, end square, separate some tiles. 2 circles now. Don't know what that means. Start circle. We're allowed to go through the circle. So there are 2 different places I could start from, I think is what this is telling me. And as long as I pick one of them, I'm okay. Now there are 2 different places I could end, and as long as I pick one of them, I'm okay. Oh, well that was super easy. There's definitely a chapter 4 coming up. Baba is you is an amazing game, but requires thinking in ways that brains don't do easily. Yeah, it's very rude, Baba is you, for sure. Well, this one looks interesting. I thought it was all about separating things, but this one isn't about separating things as far as I can tell. No backseating is missing from the channel tags today. I don't actually know how to change my channel tags. I've like literally never changed my channel tags, I don't think. Well, whatever. Here. The joys of interfaces on Twitch. Ooh, monetize your stream. Run 3-minute ad break? Wonder how much money that button would make me. I shaved my beard. No, I just colored it in very similar to my skin today. Hey Craxton, hey Terrain. Peace Bob. Hey Nachos Ramas. $5? Wow. I wonder how much goodwill I lose among my audience by clicking the run 3-minute ad button. I think probably significantly more than $5 worth, huh? I bet you can go this way. Nice. This one breaks 2 and 3. Okay, maybe this one's all of the cells have to be together and no triangle. So we have to get the stars, which is... Which one is getting the stars? 1. 2 is... Hold up. How do I... 2 is no triangle, I think? Let's just get all stars. No triangle, no separation of blank spaces. You like it when the streamers you watch get paid? But you're also a greedy streamer? Luis. Start on stars, don't go through triangles, don't separate the squares. Get all the stars. Oh, I separated them. There we go. That does not quite work. What happened here? Whoops, that really doesn't work. Huh. We don't have to get all of the stars? I think I do have to get all of the stars. That is a cool shape. Just made like a TIE fighter or something. Awesome. Can I pick the category of advertisement? No. No, I cannot. But it isn't currently United States campaign season, I don't think. So, at least it's not that. 351. There are 4 rules? You get 4 rules? Okay, let's try to break them. Rule 1. Rule 1 is maybe something to do with the circles. Rule 1 seems to have to do with the circles. Rule 2. Wait, that's souls. That's sort of interesting. Does rule 2 end on a circle? Start circle, end circle. I think this is start circle. This is end circle. 3. I think 3 is no square. And 4. I don't know if I can break 4 in this puzzle at all. Probably something to do with how the squares work. Start circle, end circle. Okay, now I've broken 4. Have segments. Okay. Segment squares. Wait, but it didn't. Oh, separates squares. Okay. Okay. Excuse me? Alright, I don't know why this is here. Ooh, maybe it's to show me that that works? Maybe it's to show me that that works. Do I need to get all the circles? I don't. But I do have to end on a circle. Whoa! Hello? Okay. Alright, well that was not so bad. These ones have felt easier to me than the other ones for some reason. Maybe the dev was getting paid by the puzzle, maybe. Okay, 4 rules again. Rule 1. Rule 1 is perhaps something to do with the circles. Maybe it's start on circle, end on circle again for rule 1 and 2. Sort of looks like it. Start circle, end circle. I don't trust the game at all, so I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up that there's some wrinkle in that I'm not understanding. Number 3 is perhaps no square. Looks like it. And I mean, it seems like the same rule set so far. Well, not exactly, because I'm separating them into sets of 2. This has something to do with separation. Rule number 1 is you gotta have fun. Love having fun. Separating them into sets of 2. Okay. What? Oh, 2, well, what? There are no squares here. This is the part where, oh, we separate the circles. What? That didn't work? No, no way. What would you like from me, game? Pretty confident that I'm starting and ending on circles. That seems pretty clear. Quite confident that I'm not meant to go across squares, so it's just what is rule 4 exactly. So far it has been about making segments with an even number of squares in them or something. This is the first time I haven't had a square. Oh, so no... But how do I fill this entirely if I start and end on a circle? I think that's impossible. Maybe I leave 2 squares open in 2 different places. How do I do that? I feel like I'm thinking too hard. Actually, how would I do that? Oh, here. I hate this game. These are indicating the rules. At least I believe they are. The game has never actually explicitly told me that that's true. That is just a hypothesis that I am functioning using. But I'm ready to question it if I have to at some point. You're not allowed to cross over the line that you draw. Good advice for people who are prone to backseating urges. You just have to do the thing that solves the puzzle. Rule 0 is yell at your screen when you know the solution, but he doesn't. Yeah? I watch other people solve puzzles and play games and stuff sometimes. How's that for a starter? I'm just like you. I also watch people do things at times. And something that has helped me a lot with my difficulty when someone misses something that I see is to recognize that their brain is doing something else. And they are recognizing things that I don't see. And I think once you recognize that, you can shift out of, why doesn't that person's brain see the thing that my brain thinks? And get into, whoa, what are all the other things that that person's brain is fascinated by right now? And I think that's a much more interesting space to be in as you watch someone struggle their way through a puzzle game. If it's this one. Nope. There's also just screaming at your screen. Screaming at your screen. Yes, I would not recommend that though. Game is really cool about making you assume you know the rules and then showing you why making assumptions off of not enough information is bad. I don't know if it's bad, it's just like, there's always more to find out. I don't think there's any way for me to separate these squares and satisfy rule 4. What if I filled in everything? Would that satisfy rule 4? It does. Interesting. Interesting. So that makes me think even more that this is about filling in everything. Which means perhaps my beliefs about starting and ending at circles are not right. But it certainly looks like they're right. Just don't know how you get the last square. I actually prove that it's impossible. I don't know if I can prove that it's impossible without iterating through every... Well, suppose I have a path going through this tile. It must either originate here, but that would preclude me from ever filling that tile, or it must originate somewhere else. Oh, this isn't that hard. Okay. Just like thinking about it a different way does it, huh? Well, now we're back to tricky stuff again. This fourth rule is sort of messed up. I believe I meant to start and end on circles and not go over squares, which would not allow me to solve this any way other than that. So I must be wrong about those rules in some way. What if I can start on a square? I can't start on a square. That fills rule 4. Rule 4 is about like no unfilled squares or something. Why does that fill rule 4? What a bizarre... That doesn't fill rule 4. I don't... What? Does this still work if I change the path length? Even number? Maybe an even number of squares or 0 showing? Where'd I put the pen cap? My pen doesn't have a cap anymore. Oh my god, it's all falling apart. Ah! That ends on a circle and fills the entire grid. Doesn't leave an odd number of squares alone. We're getting, sorry, my voice is dying. We're getting into the harder stuff now, it seems like. Well. If it isn't the consequences of my actions... This feels... Okay, wait. What if it's one of these again? It probably isn't, but what if this changes this puzzle? I'm guessing it's not. Doesn't seem like it is. What's the next one? Let's try the next one. Do I have to get all the circles? Something to do with odd and even squares, I'm pretty sure. Odd and even numbers of squares. I'm pretty sure that 3 is just don't go through a square. Not sure there's any way I can go through a square. Yeah, 3 just very clearly seems like it's don't go through a square. But if I can't go through a square, what can I do here? Not much I can do here if I can't go through a square. Hey Meryl, thanks for the raid. How are you? I hope your stream was lovely. Hope you're doing well. We are playing Understand, a puzzle game which doesn't tell us what the rules are. This entire time I have been assuming several things, like that I am meant to progress on it. Maybe that's the lesson that I'm meant to learn from this puzzle I'm stuck on, that actually the goal isn't even to win the game, and I should go outside. Rule 5 is weebs only. Okay, nice. Duke Wintermall, thanks for the 18 months. Will it help you to understand the concept of love? Probably. I think there's a high chance. What if the circles have to be like after the square or something? All the circles before the square? No. Oh, this puzzle is shit. I've successfully completed condition 4 by doing that. There has to be some way to get through this square and be allowed to. Really feels like it's groups of 2 squares, huh? Oh my god. My Logitech gamer mouse has failed me. Wait, that doesn't work? Because there are empty cells there. Everything has to be in one segment with 2 squares in it. So what do you want from me? What if, like, if I play the squares, it's a completely different puzzle somehow? It's not working so far. What if, like, the rule set isn't about circles at all? It's about one mode of shape, and I can actually swap between squares and circles. But still. What the fuck? Okay. This is separation into... There's like, leave areas with 2 shapes. So I don't have to leave areas with squares. I have to leave areas with 2 shapes. And the start and end in a circle. Okay. That is immensely distressing to me. How do we do that? I'm going to have to separate... Obviously I'm going to have to start in a corner. I have to start in a circle still. I'm going to have to separate... Wait, this is hard. Even with the rules that I think I'm using, this is still very hard. Oh, there. Okay. That wasn't it. Because I didn't fill in all the other stuff, maybe? Alright, that wasn't actually that hard. I just got stuck on the assumption about squares and circles. Game tricked me. I was tricked. Hey Garpo, he said ferret boy. Delwind. You didn't get the last rule? The final rule was that I had to leave segments of the grid with 2 shapes in them that weren't colored in. And every segment of the grid that I left that wasn't colored in had to have 2 uncolored shapes in it. So if you look at this one that I solved, there's one segment of the grid that isn't colored in and it has 2 uncolored shapes in it. And it starts and ends on a circle. Number 1 is start on circle, number 2 is end on circle, number 3 is don't go over a square in your path. Number 4 is leave segments of the grid unshaded with 2 unshaded shapes in them. So here's one, here's one, here's one, here's one, here's one. 5 rules? This is getting out of control. Now there's 5 of them. I need a glass of water. My voice is hoarse. We'll be right back. The one with 5 circles had another solution where you leave 2 circles. Probably. How come I had to fill the grid out in the last solution? Because otherwise I would have had a segment which wasn't filled in and had no shapes in it. I have excellent news. I have cookies, and I brought enough for everyone in the room with me, which is just me. Interesting that this satisfies 5. Also, I'm pretty sure that 3 and 4 aren't actually both that I'm not allowed to triangle. Like, pretty sure we're gonna find out that that's different. Yeah. How do I break 3 and 4 in this one? Oh, interesting. Only 3 breaks, but 4 is allowed. So 4 is like leave a triangle or something? And 3s don't have a triangle? Four is RNG. Love it. And 5 is something about the path. I'm just not sure what it is yet. It feels like it's leaving segments with one shape in them, maybe, is what it is. Maybe they're segments of 3 blocks with one shape in them. Nope, not that. Why is that allowed? For 5, I mean. I don't want you to answer. I just wonder myself. Huh, so it's this? Ah, so the segments are the same size? So we're leaving like segments. But here we learned that they can have different shapes in them. Well, I'm allowed to do it like this, right? Yeah, I learned this earlier. But this isn't allowed. Aren't those like segments? They look like segments. So maybe it's something to do with the size. This is 5. It didn't work. We're breaking rule number 5. Well, that is tricky though, because I thought rule number 5 had to do with what was left over. Maybe it is having to do with the length of the path. That's a very large grid. Oh, wait, this segment's the same size? 5, 5, 5. Ah, the path is the same size as the segments. Okay. Six, 7, 7, 7. No. No, I don't want this. 8 by 9. So this is 72 squares. 72 does not divide by 3. It does divide by 3, actually. What am I talking about? So I think I want to make 3 segments of... How does it divide by 3? 24 by 3? 24 each. So how many squares do I have to take out of this? This is 24. 4. So far that's 12, 14, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Oh. I did not separate those, did I? Whoops. Okay. Different strat. Oh, this way. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I need to take, I think, 4 more out of here. Okay, I need to take more out of the right, or add more to the right side, right? This is only 19, so I need to add 5 more to it, so I need to turn left there. Wait, I can't. I can take some out of this here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4. No! Oh, I thought that would work. That's 18, 24, 25. I need to take 1 more tile out of the right side and put it in, or take 1 more tile out of the left side rather and put it in the right side. Maybe like this. 4, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17, 18, 20. Okay, we got there. You're timing out so many first-time commenters today. Yeah? Yeah, I imagine you are. This is 12 by 8. So there are 96 tiles, yeah? I need to make 24 tile segments. How have you first timed that? Oh, the game trained me. I can't take the credit. The game has sent me through 9 puzzles to learn these rules. And at the end of the puzzles, I have emerged stronger than before, more powerful than any of you can imagine. 3 rules. I can't work out how to satisfy rule 1 other than with the solution, so I don't know. Maybe like don't have shapes. Rule 2. I can't work out how to break rule 2. So I have no information about rule 2 really. Well, I know a bunch of things it isn't, but I don't know what that is. Rule 3. I thought I saw one that broke rule 3 somewhere. Yeah, here. But what is significant about that, I wonder? I don't know. Oh, this also breaks rule 3. We'll work it out. We'll get there. Something to do with how it's segmenting. It doesn't want to leave even segments. I still have no clue what 2 is. 1 still seems to be don't path over shapes. I think I still can't break rule 2. I can't find a way to anyway. Alright. Don't leave even segments. I've broken rule 2. For the first time. What? What does that mean? Rule 2 is don't leave squares with each other? Nope. Rule 2 is separate circles. Rule 2 is separate circles, I think. Chat, don't say what you think the rule is. Please. Please don't. Please. I don't want to know what you think the rule is. So, no like segments and separate the circles. Those are the rules. That's actually somewhat complicated to satisfy. Oh, there. Great. This one feels even harder. Hey, Zephyr. I'm gonna separate my cats real quick. Zephyr's being a jerk. Rule number 4 is separate the cats. Only around feeding time when they think that they deserve more food than they got. This is the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind OST right now. So, I have to separate the circles. How do I keep the circles away from each other? Like, oh, there. Okay. That one was easier. I hate everything. Doesn't work. So these groups of 2 squares in the corners are tricky. Looks like I have to make 4 segments. But one of the groups of 2 squares is going to have to take some other squares from another place, or else I'll have 2 segments that have 2 squares. There's something like this. Okay. So we had 1 square, 2 squares, 5 squares, 0 squares. Hey, Two-Bird. Wissenlander, thanks for the 4 months. I appreciate it. Three, 9, number 1. 3 rules. Rule number 1. I'm not getting very far with these rules. That satisfies 3. It's gonna be something about segments, presumably. I can't satisfy rule 1 anyway. Alright, well, let's... I don't think I learned anything at all from that, honestly. Just a bunch of things that it wasn't. So this satisfies 1. That doesn't satisfy 1. This does. Oh my gosh, my brain can't even, like, start on these. It's like revving a lawnmower. Just won't get going. You're all too young to understand what that means. Anyway, bunch of, like, children watching my channel. Is the backseating safe word really rhubarb? Yeah, it is. Also, I've accidentally said rhubarb online. out loud. I didn't mean to backseat me. Chamber thinks he's old. Yeah, I'm like old in terms of streaming a little bit. I don't know. I'm still very young in terms of the other parts of the world. I think I'm sort of like a freshman in terms of adulthood. Thought about this the other day. Like you have, in the US, this isn't how it works in other countries, but in the US we have high school and there are 4 years and you have the freshmen, the sophomores, the juniors, and the seniors. Those are the names for the people on each of the 4 years. Freshman is first year. And the freshmen are sort of like, I mean, they're sort of the bottom of the social ladder or whatever sort of thing. They're the ones who get like pranked and don't get invited to parties and shit. Being a young adult sort of feels like being a freshman all over again, but it's for adulthood now. How many streamer years is one human year? I think every human year that goes by a streamer age is like 15 years or something, probably, would be my guess. You're learning embroidery. You exclusively are embroidering thick wool sweaters. That's super cool. Caitlin really likes doing children's clothes because they're smaller, so you can get done with a project faster. Just, I don't know. This is the one thing that I know about this. You know what I'm gonna do? I was gonna leave this and go to the next one. I'm just, like, at some point this is gonna start breaking, right? And then we'll have a reason to actually look at things. But for right now, I can't really work out how to break it, so there isn't much to do. 3 seems to be about what's left over outside of the path to me. And it seems like I want to leave... It's interesting that this doesn't work, because I would have thought that that would work. I have to leave something outside of the path. And I can't leave 2 somethings, or maybe I can. Stuff outside path. And I wish that, like, maybe 2 is end on a circle. Oh, but that one works. And that one works. So 2 has nothing to do with circles. Maybe 1 is begin and end on a circle? I still don't know. Okay, Starlinks the 8 months. I appreciate it. So am I getting pranked and I don't receive party invitations to old people parties? Yes. In young adulthood, what that means is that they ask me to pay taxes but don't provide any services that would be useful to me, and that I am not a homeowner. That's how it seems to be going so far. Hey, Hushman. It is a very cool game. It's just a prank, bro. That satisfies 3. It doesn't satisfy 2. I don't know what 2 is yet, though. It's not ending on a circle. Oh, what if it's this again? Nope. So the difference between these 2 is shapes. The difference between those 2 must be shapes. There isn't any other difference between them other than which number row it's in, but that's not going to be it. So 1 and 2 have something to do with shapes, I think. 1 is satisfied by using shapes. 2 is satisfied by not using shapes. Ooh. And 3 is leaving 3 tiles with a square in them? Maybe? It's the best I've got so far. But I can't do that. Oh, I can do that. I still don't know what the circles are for. Well, this time there aren't any. Maybe the circles are... I actually don't know. Maybe I have to go over the circles. Seems like a reasonable hypothesis. Did I ever leave a circle open? Is there a way I could try? Don't know if there's a way I can try. Oh, yeah, so I have to go over the circles, I think. And I can have more than one square in the same segment of 3, but that doesn't seem like it's useful here. I don't have to start on the circles though, so I could like go this way. But I have to separate those. Oh no. Oh dear. What if having... Generally it has taught me all the rules I need to know before now. I'm just wondering what if you're allowed a segment of 6 if it has 2 squares in it? No. Have to be separate. Tricky. Oh, it's so tricky. Oh no. Oh no, not like this. Really? Oh. I was doing so well. Happy Veterans Day to any veterans in the chat. Thank you for your sacrifices. It's Veterans Day. I didn't know that. Happy Veterans Day. Is happy the right word? Maybe not. Well, clearly I have to do it very differently from how I just tried to do it, because that didn't work. Let's use logic and stuff. I think there's logic surrounding this shape in the middle. It doesn't feel like it can ever be that. Actually, there's logic surrounding these two shapes. That's the logic that I care about more. if this is like this, the path would have to be this way. Then in order to block that into 3... No, there's no way that this can be like this. Maybe like this? No, because I can't get that tile. So this has to be this shape. No, because I can't get that tile. So this one I think might have to also be that shape. Oh, I'm so close again. I have to keep them all away from each other somehow. This could be... No. I very much enjoy the feeling of staring at this and choosing to believe that my brain is going to work it out soon. But there's also the feeling of like, I am not actively doing anything to cause my brain to work it out, really. Why would it work it out soon? But then for some reason it does anyway. Brains are such fascinating things. I think I trust the deduction that the bottom left shape has to be like that. And I think I trust the deduction that the top left shape has to be like that, but I'm not as confident for some reason. It could be like this instead, for example. That still doesn't solve my problem on the right. Oh, this one's straight, isn't it? So all of them are straight. How does that? This way? Oh, I went one too far. Wait. Wait, that doesn't work. I was so certain that this worked, and it just doesn't. Oh, what about this? Did I already establish that this fails somehow? Yeah, I think I did. Maybe I'm starting on the wrong side. Maybe I start here. Nope. I'm gonna enjoy a cookie real quick. What is a Sith? Back in the day, there was a trilogy of movies called Star Wars. Unfortunately, they never really got picked up. They were great, but Nobody tried to mass market them and make a ton of merch and licensing and IP. Nobody bludgeoned the series of movies into the ground with like terrible characters and terribly written plots and shit like using CGI of a dead actor, which is just like ethically bizarre and grotesque, and no one would want to watch that, so nobody ever did that. We just had the original Star Wars trilogy, which didn't have a Jar Jar Binks in it, and it was great. And the Sith are from there. I think I got it. Motherfucker. Oh. There we go. You want to ask a question about the previous level's rule set? Sure, go for it. I think it's somewhat common in puzzle games like this for the puzzles not to necessarily unlock linearly, Hamelak. Like, sometimes one puzzle will unlock multiple things to help out if you get stuck going one direction. You can go a different direction. Well, that one works, and that one works. This one satisfies rule 2, which is to leave spaces with two shapes, maybe? Can't find a way to satisfy rule 1 and not satisfy rule 2. That is a mystery to me. This satisfies rule 1. So, what does that mean? Wait, this doesn't satisfy rule 1. That's what I actually care about. What did I say I thought 2 was? Leave spaces with two shapes. And I think 1 is maybe... One is maybe don't have shapes on your line. Maybe it's that simple. That would be pretty simple. And 2 is same shapes, not different shapes. Oh. Well, that's an issue. Ah! What does that mean? with even numbers of... maybe even numbers of each shape. Which means I'm going to have the squares in the same shape. This didn't work. Probably need the... probably can't have 4 circles. Oh, can I do this? No. Oops. That? I think this is the toughest part of this game for me, when I'm pretty sure I know what the rules are, and I'm pretty sure I have them right, and then I'm presented something which, even if I know that the rules are right, it's still pretty complicated to solve. And I have this moment where I sit here and look at the puzzle and I think, well, I could spend a lot of brain power trying to solve this with the rules I believe that are true. But I might still be wrong about the rules. In which case it might be impossible to solve it that way. In which case it doesn't sound like a great time to try. Wait a second, can I just do this? Okay, why doesn't that work? Leave spaces with even numbers of each shape. Clearly that rule is not correct. Same number of each shape? Even number of shapes and same number of shape. But that's like way too long for one rule, isn't it? Even number of shapes and same number of each shape. That's 2 rules. They wouldn't... I shouldn't be using an and, I don't think, in my rule. I don't remember ever having to use an and in my rule before now, so I don't trust this at all. And if that were true, then this would work, so that's not right. Maybe the number of tiles actually does matter. This doesn't work because... okay, so I can't have a circle and a square. Oh, I can't have a circle and a square because I have to have an even number of each shape. So we're back to the same problem then. That? Okay. So the same number of each shape. And at least 2 of each shape. Leave spaces with even number of shapes and same number of each shape. And even number of each shape. There's no way this rule... that's like... I don't... I don't like this game. If that's the right rule, I think that's 3 different rules. I think it's cheating. Just gonna call it like it is. Oh dear. Oh dear. So working out how to manage these circles in the middle of the grid seems like a place to start. I need to put... Presumably I need to put them in 2 segments of 2 circles each, which means I must separate those 2 tiles. Which means also that this and this must also be shaded in. Too bad you can't like take notes on the grid somehow. Now I'm not allowed to go over squares. So I must go either left or right here. There's symmetry, so it doesn't matter which way I go. Both must complete the puzzle somehow. This might be the starting or ending point of the line because I feel like I'm getting stuck at that point. Yeah, I guess that's the other possibility, is that this is the starting or ending point of the line. There? That looks right. Wait, there are an uneven number of squares. No, I'm wrong. So, through here? Through like this. Got there eventually. Alright, nice. Watch the stream and don't backseat seems complicated. Yeah, that's 2 rules because of the and. I don't like this game anymore. That rule was like 17 rules or something. Alright, the question mark. The question mark has not been very easy so far. Let me show you the first question mark for people who weren't here. Because this is pretty incredible actually. So we learned that we weren't allowed to go over triangles. We learned that we weren't allowed to go over triangles, but that we had to have a star on our thing. And then we were presented this. And I was only allowed 1 star. So like, how do you do it? How do you... Can't go over triangles and you're only allowed 1 star? And the solution is to just go outside the grid? This fucking game. And then, it presented me with this with no star on it. So I had to go to this one. Anyway, that's what we are in store for as we enter another question mark. Okay, there are 5 rules. Just looking at rule 1 first. Rule 1 might be something to do with a circle. Maybe starting on a circle. That seems to be the only way I... What? So you can push this. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, anyway, rule 1 is maybe start on circle. And I guess the thing it's showing me is that I have to end on a square. So end on square is, I'm guessing, 2. End on square seems to be 2. Those are pretty frequent rules, it seems like. Start on circle, end on square. I think those might be the first rules you learn. Now these other ones. 3. It's hard for me to break 3 in this puzzle. Okay, that broke 3. Why did that break 3? Maybe because I have square on the line, but I'm not ending on it? Oh, this also breaks 3. Maybe it's that the line can't have corners in it? That seems very restrictive. Wow. I don't understand how that could be a rule, because you're not going to be able to think of no corners on line. Four. I can't like satisfy 4. That works. Metal Leapin thinks of 20 months. Is 4 going to be something about separating into segments? Maybe it's that every segment is equal? No, because that doesn't work. Weird that this doesn't work. So it must be something to do with this shape not being in the segments, if it is segments. Maybe the same number of shapes on the segments. And then 5. I don't know if I've seen 5 satisfied. Oh. Are 5 and 4... I might not be able to disambiguate 5 and 4 at all right now. So far, 5 and 4 look like they are similar to me. Okay, this one breaks 5, but doesn't break 4. Whoa, this circle also moves. Okay. You like how I mistrust the game so much that I discovered the pushing via random testing instead of doing what I was told? Oh yeah, I do not do what the game tells me to do at all. Absolutely not. Wait, I just... Okay. I don't actually understand how I can solve this. Is it true that I can't have corners in my... Whoa, you can push it onto the line. Can you do that post facto? No. What if this changes the next puzzle? Doesn't seem to. So, what if I'm allowed to turn corners on shapes? No, doesn't look like it. That satisfies 4 and 5, but this only satisfies 4. I don't know if I've had anything that seems to actually interact with the hexagons. I'm concerned that I'm already stuck. That doesn't bode well for the rest of the puzzle. Why would that satisfy 5? This satisfies 5. That doesn't satisfy 5. 5 has to be something to do with the segments. It's like having 2 shapes in the leftover segments, maybe. Stop it! Don't backseat the... Alright, anyway. So why can I corner here? Maybe it's no corners on shapes? I have to go straight through shapes, maybe? Oh no, I can't end on the square if I do it like that. That's actually hilarious. Wait, no, I have to start here. This one seems easy. I don't understand why this is a puzzle. 4 same shapes in each segment. Probably. So I have to work out how to push these so that I can put the same ones in the same segments. And maybe go around them. I can never push the circle or the square because they're in corners. Which means I have to start on the top left, I think. It's something like that, I just have to push the triangle. Where I want it to go. I pushed this one to the right on the way. Pushed it down too far, I think. That doesn't work either. I can't get underneath this one. Whoop. Whew. Make it segment this and then just push this over to the other side. But this is in the wrong place. Oh my god. This isn't even the hard one yet. Oh. Oh my god, this still doesn't work. Please. Please. How once I push right? Maybe I need to like start thinking about rules for what I can and cannot do to these shapes exactly. Or maybe I just need to keep trial and erroring until I just get it by chance. It's another option. Oh, isn't that it? What? No, 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 no. This doesn't work because I left open a segment with no shapes in it. I think. Oh, that is not great. That is not great at all. I left open multiple segments with no shapes in them. How do you come up with this stuff? Presumably you start from like, I want to cause as much misery and suffering as possible, and then you refine it for a while and end up here. Back at the beginning when I was doing the easy ones, someone in chat said, Jorbs is very smart. Nobody in chat is saying that anymore. Well, I'm learning a little bit. I keep on running into this problem with this one at the end. Do I have to go down this far? Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. I'm not sure I can solve that problem. A different approach entirely? Oh, I don't like this. So I can change where circle and square are this time. Can I do it usefully? I don't know that I can do it usefully. But clearly I'm going to have... If I do this, it doesn't work. I am somewhat confident that I have to separate all of the shapes. How far does this go? How does the path know where the beginning is and where the end is? I guess it looks different. Okay. This game sucks. What a terrible game. And unfortunately, it will soon be made illegal. This game is the next online poker. Absolutely. Someone has to protect the populace. Well. How about all that then? I can't visualize it. Oh, I have to fill in the rest of the grid as well. Just can't visualize how this works. If it was just these two, then sure, that would work. But I also have to do something with the final shapes. If I go there, I hit the star. But I could push it out later. Oh. Whoa, that light just came all the way on. Wait, this was easy. Go fix that. Was that literally a light bulb moment? I have some LCD panels and they can be set to different intensities, and for whatever reason they forget what intensity I set them to once every like 3 months. I don't know why. Something faulty in them. And when that happens, they just go to 100% intensity, which is not my favorite thing. He's Navigo. Jonathan, thanks very much for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Don't know why this wouldn't work. Is it because I have to fill the entire grid, maybe? Oh, maybe that's why. How? How? I think I see it like this. Very nearly worked. This one didn't come as close to working. Oof, I keep on Missing one square. Segment it like... Again, missed one square. Oh, I'll say that doesn't work. Feels like there's some math thing going on with the number of squares, which makes it hard to get an odd number of squares total somehow. Which maybe implies I have to push the square a certain number of tiles. I could also absolutely have to push the circle. Like maybe I meant to start here. That almost worked. I just needed to come to the square from a different direction. But I don't think I can with how I did it. This doesn't work. Actually, wait, did that work? Does that work? If I push this... Can't do that. Maybe we work backwards. How do I end this? Like that. Or like this. Or like this. Feels like I should be able to set it up so I can do that, but I still don't quite see how. No, I don't think I actually can. Boy, oh boy. It is really cool when you suddenly see the solution. That happened to me once, actually. Alright, well, if I can't do it this way, I guess I have to do it this way. That doesn't look like it works. That doesn't look like it ever works. This definitely doesn't work. Can I do it this way? Don't think so. Do it like... No. Can't get over there to start. Oh yeah, let's come back to this and try this some more. Just keep on being one tile away, because I can't quite do this. And I can't do... this. This puzzle. This puzzle. Is this working? No. None of it works. None of it works. What if you start on this? That's exactly the disgusting sort of thing that this game would enjoy. Oh my god, it almost works. It got closer to working than I thought it would. It still doesn't work, but... Shapes can't push each other, yeah. It's like that, for example. What's the next one? This. Oh god. Interesting that... I wonder if the rules will be different for that. Fun to slowly work out that every single possible solution that I can think of is impossible. It's very enjoyable. Maybe I need to be more rigorous in my iterations here, because we're getting to a point where, like, what would I describe what I'm currently doing as? Trial and error search or something? But I tried this, like, I couldn't work out how to fill all of those. Very close to working, but not quite. Oh. What about like this? That actually might work. Oh my god, you're kidding me? It doesn't work. He's suspicious. Hey, Cardos. YouTube Jorbs would have solved this by now. I bet he would have. So I don't think I can do that. Just don't see anything else that I can do coming to the square from that side. So I have to come to the square from here, which could result in that, which I don't like, or... this, which doesn't quite work still. I can never get into this tile now. Once I've done that, I need to leave a way into that tile. What if here I went there? Oh my god, that still wouldn't work. I cannot believe this. What if I did that? That also still wouldn't work. It is absolutely incredible to me how consistently everything doesn't work. Okay, so maybe I can't come from this direction or this direction or this direction. Maybe I have to start on the square. I already tried that. Pretty sure that doesn't work. Does it work though? Wait, maybe it does work. Oh, you... It still doesn't work! Okay. I think I actually tried that already. This is the worst game I've ever played. How does one backseat a racing game? You recommend different lines through turns and say which directions to go and stuff like that. Racing games are not brain dead. Racing games are incredibly high thinking. What if I'm wrong about Rule 5? Doesn't feel like I'm wrong about Rule 5 though. That never works. That never works. I've tried from here, and from here. And haven't found a way to make any of those approaches work. And that's all of the approaches. Might actually have to admit that I'm stuck on this one. It may have bested me. Maybe the cookie will unlock my brain again. What about Rule 34? I don't think Rule 34 is the solution. Some very hot circle and square action. Turn the lights on again. This is my life now, this puzzle. It's like Fermat's last enigma. when I do solve this, it will be off stream, and I will just tweet out that I have solved it, but not give the solution. And it will confound scientists for hundreds of years. I feel like understanding how I can end on this square from the different approaches is still the best solution. What is up with this? Even possible to like fill in all of the cells in the grid? It is, okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. There are 18 corners. Wonder if there's a rule that there have to be an even number of corners in any solution. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Nope. There is not. I wonder how many ways there are to fill the grid. You fill the grid not starting at the corner. Wow. That's cool. That was not really a thing that I was even thinking about. Okay. Now, actually, let's take a second and enjoy the success on the previous puzzle. Just like soak in the catharsis and glee. Yeah, I hope you didn't blink during that puzzle, because you would probably have missed the entirety of me first seeing it, trying out different things, and finding the solution. Probably all happened in like under 1 second. You think there's a way to solve this by starting on any square next to the circle? Alright, if you think so. I don't see it though. Now this is gonna be messed up. That is my current prediction. Although actually... at least to start with, I feel slightly less distressed by this than the last ones. It's impossible to get out of this though, right? Broke it. I broke it again. So I have to separate these into twos. And therein lies the challenge, I suppose. Because I can separate a couple of times, but then I start running into a lot of difficulty continuing to separate. I only like separate 3 times easily or something. And anytime that I do that, it feels like I run into a lot of difficulty. I might as well go straight to it, right? Because it's symmetrical. That was so much easier than the previous one. That was so much easier than the previous. Oh my god, there's a 5. Oh, this is the worst game I've ever played. You thought the game would end? I was a fool. Alright, number 4. At least I can solve 4-1 pretty easily. Hey, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Alright, I solved 4-1. I think rule 1 has to do with the circle. Is perhaps start on circle. Was there a hint, by the way, as to what these might be? Arrows. Wonder what that means. Rule 2, perhaps end on square. It's a pretty common rule 2. Rule 3, don't have triangle. Seems like a very common rule 3. And rule 4 is, we don't know. I really have no idea what rule 4 is. That completes rule 4. Weirdly. What is that? That doesn't. That doesn't. Why this would, but this wouldn't? Maybe it has to be a square? Like leave a square there? We'll learn more about rule 4 shortly. Leave a square. Leave a square. Is there a way to leave a square that doesn't? Could leave that square. Yeah. So this maybe has something to do with a square. Maybe. But I don't trust it, because like the last one was about leaving segments. Well, that also leaves a square. Okay, now I'm thinking more and more that that is the case. What if I left like a square, but I had one other thing here? Well, that's also a square. It's still satisfied. What if I left a rectangle there somehow? Doesn't like this anymore. So I think it's... I think I just need to leave square segments. How do I even do that here? That. Okay. Ooh, this one doesn't work. I thought 3 was no triangle, but clearly it is not, because that doesn't work. What is 3 actually? Trying to work out what it could even sensibly possibly be. Why are you watching someone doing IQ tests? I don't know. Why are you watching someone doing IQ tests? Should you be guessing what it might be? Not in my chat. You can do that in your head if you would like. What if it has to do with the number of triangles on the board? How large a space I meant to leave? Maybe I meant to leave 5 tiles total or something. The triangles can't be in the same square. So this rule could be stated as triangles are in empty squares by themselves. Doesn't quite I mean, it's close enough. Honestly, too easy. What is this? What is this one? Is that even more puzzles? No! This game is like $3 or something. How can it have this much stuff in it? Mr. ACMC, thanks for the 5 months. Promo show to you too. Thanks for the 19 months route. I've almost finished the tutorial part of the game. That's nice. Start circle, end square. So I'm going to do it with triangles. And something more complicated. What is that? Interesting. What I was thinking for 4 was that I needed like a square left over with a triangle in it or something. But now I am realizing that that may be incorrect. There's no way to go through the triangle. Yeah, that's tricky. There shouldn't be that many options, right? So, what could it be? I can literally just trial and error every one that I think might be possible. But I'm... Oh, whoa. Wait, what? This is not the one that I thought would work. So the remaining segments have same number of shapes? But what? Why doesn't this work then? Do they have to be rectangular? No squares in them? No way that doesn't work. Okay, it's something to do with the line, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4, 4, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, why does that want to be... Oh, I'm just like not capable of observing things. I do not perceive anything anymore, apparently. My brain just doesn't notice things that happen. Alright. Good to know. Good to know. This is presumably not the complete rule, but it's a start. Maybe it's a proportion of the board total? No. Maybe it's something to do with how many triangles there are. I'm sure there's some way to fill this. You can fill it like that, for example. Which means that if I spiral... Nope. They actually don't allow you to play this game in 13 of the states in the continental United States. It's been judged as dangerous. The government is concerned that it will make people's minds too large and lead to mass rebellion and unrest. Why can't... I'm not sure I can fill this. Just like logically. What happens if I try to prove that logically? I mean, I can, but I can't end on the right tile while I do it. What you like about this game are the rules are so different every level, so if you arrive in the middle of the stream, you're not hopelessly lost about how the puzzles work. Well, or you're always hopelessly lost about how the puzzles work. I suppose that's the other option. That's how I feel. Mega cerebracity is a serious concern in the States. Can't have no smarties here. Yeah, this is no laughing matter. What if I don't have to end on squares? What What if I was wrong about that? Doesn't feel like I was wrong about that, does it? Yeah, it doesn't feel like I was wrong about that. Alright, so... it feels a lot like they have deliberately given me a board. Okay. So what if maybe the empty segments sum to 3, but shapes count double? Nope. That isn't it. What if they just have to be rectangles? And not squares? Something about empty space is my opinion of rule 4. Okay, we have a few more puzzles to work it out. So maybe this time we try leaving... Good grief. I was probably meant to learn more about how these filled in while I was playing the other puzzles. Fucking what, mate? Screw learning, you thought this stream was all about fun? Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's go back and look at the line segments again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 corners? 1, 2, 3 corners. So it's not about like odd or even numbers of corners, I don't think. 1, 2, 2, 4, 3. What is the symbol? The symbol is 2... L-shape things. Chevrons? Leave 3 there and 3 there. Okay. So I'm allowed to leave empty segments of 3. I'm also allowed to leave segments of 2 with a shape in them. Maybe that's the entire rule set. Okay, I'm allowed to leave segments of 2 or 3 with shapes in them, apparently. Alright, whatever. Get me out of here. I bet it's gonna be start circle. Oh, it's not start circle, it's something else. Okay. You're so curious what the mind of the developer of this game is like. They say that you cannot meet the developer of this game. The size of the developer's mind is so great that once you are within a certain range of them, you cross the event horizon, and you can never return. I guess you can meet them, but it will be the last thing that you do. And it will be the thing that you do for the rest of all time. One is something about not having shapes, maybe. The only way I can break one is to have a shape, I think. Two also might be that. I'm also breaking 2 with no shapes. And 3 is perhaps that I leave a segment of 3. Question mark. So perhaps this is the solution to this one? Yes. And these all fail for reasons that make sense so far, although I still don't know why 1 and 2 are different. Okay. This breaks 2 but doesn't break 1. So maybe 2 is something about number of segments? And this should break everything. Does that break stuff? That breaks 3. This should work. This should work. This should work? This doesn't work. So it's like a shape. I call this an L shape, even though it's not exactly an L shape. I don't know how to leave that shape right now. If it's like this, no. Maybe we're allowed to leave that shape as well? Nope. We're allowed to leave that shape. Ah, so an L shape. I'm gonna call this a right L shape, which is, again, not very sensible terminology, but I'm gonna use a right to mean that the limbs are the same length. Oh, I'm not allowed circles. Right. So maybe this one can be a larger L shape. So if the L shape's like this, I can never fill in that square in the corner. So it can't be an L shape that's that large. It has to be this large, I think. That doesn't quite work. This is just gonna be the same issue. There we go. Alright, I need to leave 2. This one can't be like that, because this square would be impossible to fill. Which means that it must be like this, or like this, or like this. This one similarly can't be like that, but there's still 3 orientations of them that are possible. I'm gonna have to fill this square, and I will have to start or end on it to do that. And I'm gonna have to start or end on that square as well to fill that one. It's not 100% true, actually. It sort of is. So we also can't have them both be like this because I could never get to that square. So it can't be like that. They can't both be like that. I don't think they can be like this either because they'll break the path. Yeah, there will be no way to fill it that way. So how can they be? Oh, I just realized this doesn't have to be the... It can be like that. Oh, fuck. It's more complicated. Of course it's more complicated. How could it not be more complicated? This actually solves more easily though, I think. Okay. Alright. Ironically, making it more complicated sort of made it easier. Chat's being good so far. We've just timed out the people who backseated already. A moment of silence for the fallen. Oh, it's like Veterans Day. Maybe this is not the right day to make that joke. A moment of silence for the real fallen? I'm reading a memoir about World War I and II and the intervening period, written by a Soviet general who started in the cavalry in World War I and then worked his way up. It's quite a read. As a veteran, you say the joke is fine. Very good. It's illegal to do that on Veterans Day. You're not allowed to memorialize the real fallen until Memorial Day. We get 2 days. How many days even are there? You know what I think? I think that February 29th should be a holiday of some sort. Like, what a waste. You have this really cool day that only happens sometimes, and then when it does happen, it's just like, yeah, it's just a normal day, and you're just like meant to believe that. There's nothing normal about it. Usually it doesn't happen. That's not normal. I think that's a huge waste. Maybe the circles can be like that. No. Okay, I'm having a bit of trouble with this one. Obviously we can't have it like that. We have it like that. I don't see how we can. I would have to start here. And then... I don't see how we can. Maybe I'm allowed a shape like... Can't draw it. I'm allowed a shape like that. Probably not. Oh, I found it. 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 Okay. I just dismissed the idea that these could have arm length too. Don't know why I dismissed that idea. Well, that didn't work. That almost worked. Almost the first try. Not quite. So what do I need to do to fix that? I don't think I can ever have arm length 3. I think 2 is the maximum I could possibly have. I think maybe this works though. No, it doesn't. No, it definitely doesn't. So you need to have one that's 2 and one that is 1. because you need to be able to turn around right there. But then once I've turned around, okay, if we do this. And then I run into this issue again at the end. I am irate. I am... Oh, I see. I think. I'm gonna have to end there. I think. Pretty sure. How did I do this? How did I do this? Like that. There we go. Use the fact that you can begin and end to avoid having to turn around a couple of times. Alright, nice. Would it be easier to program an AI to play this game for me? Defect Slay the Spire algorithm would work with some minor tweaks. Make a defragment? It's not a very developed algorithm so far. Aw, thanks, Walladil. I appreciate it. I need to run to the bathroom and fill up my glass of water. I will be right back. Oh my gosh. I was not expecting over 800 people to be watching this puzzle game. I hadn't looked at my viewers at all. Thought we'd have like 300 people in here or something. I just don't like... I don't know what y'all like watching. This is just a thing that I've learned. I just don't know. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying hanging out for this. We'll be right back. You were always mad. Now you're just mad with power. Thanks for the 18 months Ash rendition. I like seeing the thought process and figuring stuff out. Me playing this game is similar to me discovering Trackmania tracks. I'm so excited for the next Trackmania season. I think I'm going to make a habit of playing the new seasons when they come out in Trackmania, but I don't think I want to play more of that game than that. It's just like, that's the perfect amount for me. Alright, anyway. 4-4. 3 rules. What have we got here? Rule number 1 is maybe don't have shapes. No shapes online, perhaps. Rule number 2. So I can make rule number 3 okay. That's interesting. This is okay with rule 2, but this isn't. Maybe rule 2 is something to do with the shapes remaining. They can't be... You can't have the same shape in a segment. No same shapes and segments remaining. Maybe. And then rule number 3 is... That's okay with 3, that's okay with... Can I break 3? Actually don't think I can break 3. So we don't really know much about 3. Alright. So... This should work, as far as I know. Can I break 3 in this one? Still can't break 3. Okay. As far as I know, this should work. Does this also work? No. But that does. So maybe 3 is that the segments are rectangular. Is there? Are oblongs? Is a square a rectangle but not an oblong or something? I know that oblong and rectangle are like very similar but slightly different somehow, but I can't remember how. That's a rhubarb moment. You're actually allowed to answer that question. I'm just curious for non-game related reasons. Give me all of your oblong versus rectangle knowledge. Is oblong not rounded? I didn't think so. Meaning shapes should be rectangular. You think oblong is rounded? Huh. You've never heard of oblong as a shape. Oblong. An object or flat figure in an elongated rectangle or oval shape. Huh. Okay. I was definitely taught about oblongs in school in New Zealand. If you take a rectangle or a circle and stretch it out, you end up with an elongated shape called an oblong. If you stretch... Oh, so like a track with rounded ends, but straight lines on the long sides would be an oblong track, apparently. So like the Circus Maximus is an oblong, that shape. I think. Oblong was an alternative word for rectangle when I was a child. Until I was age 10 or so, I'm pretty sure it was by far the most common term I heard or used. Yeah, I remember being taught that as a kid too. Very strange. Apparently oblong is not properly defined. Do we know what an oblong is? No. Boom. That one was easy. Are there other solutions that would work for this? I feel like that might. No. Okay, so the segments also have to be the same size, maybe? Rectangular, comma, same size. Is that... That's not the issue with this, though, because those were the same size. Boom. Easy. Boom. Easy. That? Easy. Oh no. Maybe they're not the same size, maybe they're the same proportions. Maybe this could be a 2x4 if the other one was a 3x6. I felt like I was so smart. And then I was wrong. But I can't make both of them 2x3s. And I don't think I can make... Oh, same size in terms of number of squares? So maybe they could both have 12. And I could do that like this. That isn't 12. that's 10. Fair enough. Let's suppose this works. I would have to take 7 out of the right side to have these have the same number of squares. Seems impossible. Unless I lose the rectangular constraint. But I'm pretty sure that that's a real constraint. Fascinating. Can't I do it like this? 12, 14. Whoops. Did I already try that? Did I try that and I just forgot? 12, both rectangular. Let's mess around with this a little bit and see if I can get a sense for this. What if I have them both like that? That's allowed. What if I have... both like that? That's not allowed. Why isn't that allowed when this is allowed? What a bizarre thing. What a bizarre thing. Oh, wow. So the rule has to... It's not just about the size of these shapes. It's something else to do with the grid. Same orientation? These aren't oriented the same. Oops. Now they are. So maybe it's the rotation of them that is wrong. Maybe this is 3 shapes. Maybe it's 4 shapes. That could be the right thing to be thinking about for sure. Not sure I quite see it. Like I was getting close at some point in there. Well, that ain't it. No. That is also not it. This hurts your tiny small brain. It's okay. Protect and treasure your small brain. The small brain is more aesthetically pleasing. It reflects the sun's harmful rays with its smoothness, and is just much less gross than a large wrinkly brain. I've actually heard that as you get older, your brain gets sort of saggier and more wrinkly, and I would definitely recommend avoiding that for as long as you can. Well, it is what it is. Am I allowed to have circles with circles? I'm not, right? That's rule number 2. Oh, this game sucks. I feel like often the penultimate puzzle is actually the one I have the most difficulty with. Hopefully the next one will be easy. But what if it's just this? No. It was nice for a second there to believe in something going right. What if the shapes are allowed in the border of the rectangle? I mean, there's absolutely no possible way that that's it. Although this satisfies number 3. Remaining shapes could be rectangular and same size. The only problem is that we went over a shape when drawing our line. But what if it's just one rectangle? But I have to separate the shapes. I don't... What are you? Why are you like this? Put the shapes in timeout. I'm down for that. You love how it's all small ones and then they throw an 8x10 at you. Hope you worked it out by now. Yeah. Yeah, same. What if I'm allowed circles on the line but not squares? Did I ever test that? I sure did. Is this the worst game ever? Okay, back to that hypothesis that these are lots of different shapes, I think. Gosh, that didn't work at all. This doesn't like number 2. So I must be wrong about what number 2 is. Do all of my segments have a circle and a square in them? Oh, they actually do. So maybe they all need a circle and a square. But the problem is, I can't do that. What's the problem with that? Maybe they don't have to be rectangles. Did I ever actually prove that they had to be rectangles? Well, it doesn't like that solution. But maybe that's because they are different rotations, rather than because they're not rectangles. Although I don't see how I make something. Yeah, I really don't see. Hmm. I did menstrual. Do not see with your eyes, perceive with your heart. What is this song? This is from Daggerfall. But what is that song? No. Got the wrong note there. What song is that? Arctic Monkeys, thank you, yeah. Yeah. They stole that melody from Daggerfall. Today we learned. It's any song by the Arctic Monkeys. May be true. I need a break from this. My brain has run out of juice.